Huh. Nope. Bum 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 bum. Really? Man. That's 2.5. 2.5. Not worth it, probably.
Select order. Nothing will stop this show.
Just jump a lot, and you beat grapplers, right?
Now or never. Ready? Go!
Wait. My character sucks. It's my only anti-air. Wow. I could have just punished that, but I didn't expect my opponent to give me a free punish out of nowhere. Try blocking once in a while.
Round 4. Ready? Go!
I wanted to meet her. Boom! Okay. Okay. Nice mix-up. Nice mix-ups, bro. I'm behind by a whole character? Let me sit at full screen and do nothing. Wrong side. How did he block that? Alright, good luck. See, I'm just getting bored. Do a real mix-up. See, I just got bored. All those times he hit me, why were because I just didn't keep blocking. Because I got bored. You know, what I'm going to try to do this game is nothing. And I'm going to get bored again, and I'm going to do something, and he's going to hit me because I did something instead of nothing. That's exactly what's going to happen again. Do a real mix-up. You're a grappler. Nice mix-up, bro. Do a real mix-up. You don't have a command grab anymore. What's your mix-up? Really? Do a mix-up! Play the game! Why do you do this? Why are you playing KoF and you're playing like this? Like, I'm not playing you anymore. I quit. Good job, you won. You know, if you had less than 4 rollback frames, maybe I would care more. And I would actually attempt to see you get better, but I'm not going to. And you're still doing the same thing you were doing round 1 of game 1. You think you're in point blank range? Gotta mash throw. Because wake up throw is so strong. Okay, you're gonna let me get the win. Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter to me as long as the game ends. That's all I care about. Just get me out of here so I can play a real opponent. This is a fake game. Okay, yeah, kill me. You have 5 bars, just kill me.
All eyes are on the winner of that fierce fight.
You clearly don't want to get better. Which means I don't care about you. Good morning.
Show no mercy.
2-bar combos look like without stun? A little bit more to do that. 2-bar without stuns? Probably just this. Really? Doesn't work. Probably this. $450, so it is better if you get the stun. But not really. What does 2-bar stun look like? Probably super. Bar with stun. Probably just super at the end. So you spend 2 EXs. And then super. For 2. Super. Oh, it didn't matter. So you get an extra. Wow. That is very not worth it. This character sucks. Like, even if you're doing a... Man. And that's like optimally. That's the last hit of your combo stunning them. Like, that is the most optimal it could possibly be. I feel like most of the time it's going to be less optimal to do the stun combo and just spend the super. Because then even after you spend the super, you still get, like, some stun damage. If you cash out the stun at the end of a combo, maybe that's what you're supposed to do. Maybe you leave them at, like, very, very, very close to stun. And then you get to, like, stun them off of this. Because that does 60 stun. Maybe that's your goal, is to leave them at 60 or less stun, and then go for a mix-up. Like a stupid mix-up. You don't get to do stupid mix-ups very often in this game. Maybe that's the goal. Stun at 6%. Stun. That's too far. Oh, I got it.
Techniques on display here.
Huh. No, no. Nope. No one in the Discord's responded yet. That was 20 minutes ago. But if that guy stumbles upon my stream, we can talk.
KoF XV.
Because that means he's actually interested in learning the game. But based on my short experience playing against him, he does not care about playing the game, or getting better at the game. He cares about short-term satisfaction.
Registration.
And I could very easily beat him. Which was very obvious based on the first game
Select member.
how I would be in.
A battle unlike any other in history is about to begin.
Like, I don't understand how I can spend, like, an entire game's worth of just blocking and waiting for him to do something, and he decides the best thing to do is to do more zoning in a game like KoF. I don't understand it. How he could possibly come to that conclusion. And there's no way that I'm going to be able to get him off of that in the short span of 2 matches. It's just not possible. Like, we need to play a longer set. I should play Geese Iori, but I don't want to. Let me think more about this character.
Select stage.
Because I'm not sure anybody plays her.
This show.
So I know basically nothing about her. Hey, Trump's done. Like, that's a lot slower. Probably look like that, is what you would do. Like, oh, you can't hit with this. And it takes forever, so you're never gonna get to a point where that's possible. Maybe the EX is like reasonable. Not really. Not really. And she doesn't have a mix-up there at all. Except she might drop and go low. Or she might do the overhead. But if you're down low, you don't have an overhead. You have to be at least... That's not even an overhead! Is it this? That's the overhead. That's the overhead. Okay. But like, you can't even super off of it. So she's guaranteed to be a point character. Corner doesn't mean anything in this game. Corner means that you get a little bit more damage on your combos for some characters. And you get one instance of better mix-up opportunity. But after that, it's very, very easy for the opponent to just not be in the corner anymore. Because, like, even the best characters, like the longest range characters, play here. And yeah. Even the characters with the shortest range super jumps can still super jump over that. Like, the game is not designed to keep the opponent in the corner. Like, this is very much the same as this. Oops. As this. especially for Vanessa, because Vanessa gets her corner combos from this position. So I really don't care about corner. So... that reaches, huh? What's the fastball? I don't think there's going to be a range where you can... Oh, there's a range. Cool. So you can do this into that. And that's plus. So okay, it's a way to potentially maintain pressure. If that's the case. But it's not as versatile as like a hop. It's a little bit faster than a hop, but it's not as versatile. Also, if they guard cancel, you're probably dead. Unless she like turns around or something. Or she does. Huh. But here's how you're supposed to use it, I guess. Like, you do your hit confirm, and then if it doesn't get, if it doesn't hit, you just go into the air. Can't do the drop kick. There it is. And then you're plus, and you can't do it again because you need to be closer to do it again. And obviously the EX version is this. But if you're playing a point character, you don't really have the meter to spend doing that. So either you're playing her on point, and you're doing point blank hit confirms, or you're playing her like second, and actually probably even third. I would say third. Or you're playing her third and you're doing a lot of this. And assumedly that's strong in some way. I'm leaning toward point, because then you can do things like... What's the input for this move? What? There it is. Oh, she can't do it from a jump? Huh. She has to be in the stance. Really? Huh. Okay. Ooh, that's cancelable. Bad range. If you are this far away, you can throw that out, and it'll probably give you some space to work with. But no one's ever going to be there, so don't do that. It's a bad idea. This one can be made safe. Very, very precise range. Probably anything from here to like here is probably safe. But like, it's very easy to just completely just never be at that spacing. Like, in fact, it's so easy that you probably are doing it without even trying. The other option is to never do this. And then you're just playing a low tier character. Because she doesn't have anything special. And her normals are pretty low range. She's pretty fast. But like her normals are just really bad. That is cancelable. Huh. Anyway, this is always open questions or match requests. Or anything like that. I'm sort of just waiting for a good fighting game. And this is a good fighting game, but there's no one playing it. Also, it's not as good as 13. It has more characters than it does, though. I think. That does. It's got more than 40, and 13 only has 36. Plus 2 boss characters. I need a new point, because Kukri sucks. Doesn't really matter though, I can still, like, play with anybody. Or I could put Rock on point and play someone else anchor, but that doesn't seem right. Play Jenny. I could play Jenny. That'd be funny. That'd be funny. Point Joe. Learn his new combos.
Select stage.
Joe Rogan? Joe has a lot more hair than Joe Rogan. This is Joe Higashi. I think the puppy's dreaming. Wow, this has no range. What the heck? They destroyed that move. What the heck? Who's this still? What? Never mind, he doesn't have anything. Yeah, looks like there's still no reason to hit anything other than this. It still gives more block stun, so you can cancel into it safer. More safely. More safely. Good God. This move used to hit from like here. Now it hits from like here. There it is. There you go. That's the combo that everyone uses. Doesn't really work from all ranges though. Can chain, crouch B.
Select member.
No.
Select stage.
What lights chain into each other is very character dependent.
For a battle of titans.
For the most part, yes. Most chains work. But every character will have some number of chains that don't work. Whip's crouching lights are like special. You can chain into the crouching light kick and the crouching light punch, but you cannot chain out of them into anything except for special moves in max mode. But she has standing light kick, which is a low that chains into itself. So her moves are like flipped. Except you have obviously the auto combo. So she can chain her standing lights into each other, but not her crouching lights. Although she can chain into her crouching lights. And this is generally a good thing, because your standing light kick does twice as much damage as your crouching light kick. So there are a few characters who can chain their standing light kicks and get a combo like that. Whip is one of them.
Select member. A battle unlike any of
Most characters can do like crouch light kick, crouch light punch though. With Whip you just have to do stand light kick. But it's not like a Street Fighter game where you play Zangief and now you just can't have any combos. Every character has a combo into a hard, into a knockdown from any hit at, you know, a decent range. Every character can low confirm. There's one character in KoF 13 who couldn't, actually. That was Shen. He either had to spend meter or do a one frame link in order to combo off of his low into a knockdown. I'm not gonna keep it for casual anymore. It's not worth it. Just finding a random opponent, playing them twice, and then leaving. I thought Zangief had combos. In Street Fighter 4, he could combo into light green hand, which is minus on hit. And if you're really close, you can do one hit into Lariat, which is slightly plus in a knockdown. You don't even get like a safe jump or anything. Grapplers in this game still have the same combos as everyone else. They just also have command grabs.
Registration.
And they usually deal
Select member.
high damage for high meter, usually. But that's just unrelated. Unrelated. Like, this game doesn't really have strong archetypal characters. Like, yeah, Joe's a zoner. Yeah, Clark's a grappler. Yeah, Vanessa's like close range rushdown. But not really. Either because the things that make them that way are not particularly as strong as other games, or more commonly, just in general, the systems of the game like don't allow for there to be stupid mix-ups. Like, you can't do a tick throw. So what's the point of having a command grab if you can't tick throw? Like, throws and command throws in this game are basically the same. The way you defend against the two is exactly the same. You cannot combo into command grabs in Street Fighter, but you can in this game. You can combo into them, but you cannot tick throw into them. So there, after the opponent leaves hit stun or block stun, there's a 10-frame window where they are invincible to throws, and you cannot throw them. And I believe every throw is like one active frame. I believe. It's like the opposite of Soul Calibur. Oh, Street Fighter. Yeah, it's like the opposite of Street Fighter. Although, you can combo into certain throws in Street Fighter 6, I believe, if you're playing that one character, Marissa, I think, if I remember correctly. Or is it Manon? I don't even remember. I think there's a character in Street Fighter 6 that does combo into command grabs. Also, in the most... Well, in recent Street Fighter V, Zangief gained the ability to combo into his command grabs sometimes. I forget how that works exactly. But you're still Zangief, so it doesn't really matter. But like, giving a character a command grab in this game is like, okay. Like what, like... Did you know that Yuri has a command grab? Is she a grappler? She has a command grab. In 13, she had a 1-frame command grab that she could combo into and cost a hard knockdown into a safe jump. And she could drive cancel it to combo after it. That was fun. Was she a grappler? No. No, not really. Just the way the systems of the game end up functioning at a at an above beginner level prevents characters from being grapplers, you know? Like, Clark in this game is the most grappler-y character in any KoF game, really. Because he can just super cancel his command grab. His armored command grab. Which has never been possible before. But even then, the way you beat command grabs is generally the same as regular grabs. Because of the throw invincibility. Yeah, if you wait those 10 frames, then you sort of kind of have a guess between regular throw and command throw. Like, regular throw, command throw is a guess in Street Fighter games. Like, if you ever play Abel in Street Fighter 4, you have command grab, or you have regular grab, and if they jump your regular grab, you can recover in time and anti-air them, right? With close heavy punch. And then your command grab cannot be teched, and is throw invincible. So that's like a true guess, unless I jump backwards or do something that's invincible to throws. That's a true guess between the two grabs. And usually backdash also avoids both. So you could backdash or DP. To get out of the mix-up, but both of those lose to, like, just basic doing nothing. Also, it's very easy to option select backdashes in that game. And if you hit a backdash with Abel, it's step kick into close heavy punch into a combo, into your entire life bar. Because that's what Abel does. In this game, it doesn't really exist because you can just mash buttons and that beats all throws, except for Clark's. Actually, there are a few throws that will beat that, but you can't super cancel any of them except for Clark's, and they all end the combo like immediately. Like, you get your 100-something damage, and then maybe a hard knockdown, and then that's it, and you can't, like, cash out with extra meter. Which means that those characters are usually played on point, when you don't have the meter to begin with, so it's actually useful to get your 100-something damage. It's the same with zoners. It's like, yeah, you have Joe and Athena and Ash and King and Maiden-kun, who all have fireballs, but I mean, you don't build meter for throwing the fireball. If the opponent blocks the fireball, they build more meter than you. They can also instant block the fireball to, like, double their meter gain. They can roll the fireball. They can hop over the fireball. None of that is available in Street Fighter games. Some characters can reflect or absorb the fireball. And even if they get hit by the fireball, it's like, oh, I ate 50 damage. Cool. You know, it takes 60 projectiles to kill to kill a whole team. Are you gonna make them run into 60 projectiles? It takes 1,000 projectiles to chip an entire team. No, it doesn't. It takes 300? It takes 300 projectiles to chip an entire team. What are the chances that the opponent is going to block 300 projectiles without jumping over one of them? It's like, I guess they would have to jump over 3 of them, right? Maybe like 6 of them to kill your whole team. It's like, that's not in your favor. You're not incentivized to play that way. You should throw fireballs, and you should use command grabs with your zoners / grapplers. You should use those, but that's not a complete mix-up. You need to be doing everything else as well. Because if you only throw fireballs, I can just sit there and block like 20 of them, build 3 bars, and then jump or roll one of them and deal more damage than you dealt to me from all that chip damage. Even if I got hit by a couple of them. Even if I jumped over one and then you anti-aired me once. I'm still doing more damage off of one jump in than you're doing off of 30 blocked projectiles. But you should still throw projectiles. You should still throw them, because they're good. Like, all other things considered, if I block a projectile, that's still chip damage. Right? If I block it and I don't jump over it. Or roll through it. Or you know, do a Vanessa dash punch under it. Like, it's still good to throw projectiles. You should do it. It is a strength of your character to have a good projectile. It is a strength of your character to have a good DP. It is a strength of your character to have a good command grab. It is a strength of your character to... I don't know, let's pick a character. What kind of strengths does this character have? Meijin-kun. Well, he has a DP and a fireball and a lunge punch. He's got a good range on his lunge punch. You should be trying to use Meijin-kun's light lunge punch. Well, the uncharged, the minimum charged lunge punch, because that's really annoying and safe on block if you space it right. Like, that is a strength of the character, but you're not going to like lose matches because of that, or win matches by using it. Like, the relative strength of individual characters is very tiny. Like, in Street Fighter, you have some characters with, like, medium... like, low, medium, and high levels of mix-up ability. If you have a command grab, you're better at mix-ups. Because the way that the opponent has to defend against your command grabs is different from the way that they have to defend against your regular grabs. Which every character has. So simply by having a command grab, your ability to mix up the opponent is increased, is more likely to work. If you have a DP, your ability to play defensively is increased, because the DP works against more things than other characters have. You know? Pick it like Dalsum. If you're playing Dalsum, your ability to play in the neutral game is greater because you have greater range than everyone else. And yeah, there are characters with greater range in KoF, but because of the way the system mechanics line up, it doesn't really matter. Because you're playing the neutral game, like Billy has a huge stick with insane range. With insane range compared to everyone else. But you're fundamentally playing the same game. When you play Dalsum in Street Fighter, you're not... Well, when you're playing Dalsum in Street Fighter 4 and earlier, you're fundamentally playing different neutral games than any other character in the game. Just because of how drastically different the character plays. Because he has drastic weaknesses on defense, the opponent is incentivized to get in on you because your close range options are weaker than everyone else's. Like, fundamentally weaker. You have fewer options. And as the Dalsum player, you're less incentivized to go in because your mix-ups suck. You don't have any command grabs. You don't have any overheads, technically. I mean, he has the... which does like 30 damage, but... And you can do like instant air, yoga teleport, overhead stuff, but that's reactable. Like, every time you see a Dalsum teleport, you just go, stand jab. Even if they don't even teleport toward you, it's like, stand jab, I'm safe. Stand jab. The only time that he can do it is if you're not paying attention, or if he has like a fireball that'll punish your stand jab if you try to do it. Or if you're, you know, doing a move, like throwing a fireball, and he teleports and punishes the fireball. Those are the only times that he can really do that. And that isn't an option. But if it doesn't work, he's screwed because he's next to you. You know, like, I don't know. This game is not a game of archetypes. Or, more specifically, this game is one archetype, and the archetype is defined by the system mechanics that are present to every character. And the archetype is everything. It's mobility, you need to move. It's offense, you need to do mix-ups. It's zoning, you need to be able to zone from like a mid-range. You need to be able to play like counterively, like defensively, trying to counter the opponent's movements toward you. You need to do that. You need to, because every character can, and it's useful to. And if you don't, then I can take advantage of that. Like if you never do a defensive like neutral hop, then it's very easy for me to play in a way that takes advantage of that, and it'll seem like I'm guessing right a lot, or it'll seem like I'm getting advantage a lot. Or it'll seem like the game is really hard because you need to anti-air, when you actually don't need to predict. You don't need to reaction anti-air every jump. But because you don't play a certain like defensive style, you'll be put into more situations in which you would be required to reaction anti-air if I jump and then you don't do something else, you know? And that'll make the game seem harder. And the game is harder, but it's not that hard. You don't need to react to every single jump with a DP motion like 5 times per round. That's usually not what happens. It's, again, it's good if you can, because that situation will happen several times throughout a match. It'll happen, but it won't happen 100 times. It'll happen like 10 times max. Unless you're not moving, because if you're not moving, that means that I know where you are going to be. I know where you're going to be after I jump, which means that there's no risk of me missing my jump. And if there's no risk of me missing my jump, you have to anti-air it. Otherwise I get frame advantage. And frame advantage in this game is terrifying. Because it's KoF. And you might get guard broken. And every character can do that. Even the zoners. Even Athena, even Joe. Athena sucks at it, you know, but she can do it. And she needs to be able to do it. Or more specifically, the player playing Athena needs to be able to do that. Because if they aren't doing that, and the opponent recognizes that they aren't doing that, then why would they ever play defensively? If you're never going for a mix-up, why would I ever block? You know? I'm gonna do crazy stuff. I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna run at you. I'm gonna throw a fireball at like round start. And you're not gonna do a mix-up. You're not gonna hop at me because you're just not doing it. You could have done it, but you didn't do it. And I predicted that you wouldn't do it, which is allowing me to get an advantage over you. That's KoF. That's the KoF archetype. Is just pure, raw adaptation and recognition of the opponent's playstyle. That's why I like it. And apparently Virtua Fighter is the same way, but it's not on PC, so nah, I'm not playing it. I only play PC. I have an Xbox One and a Nintendo Switch and an Xbox 360 downstairs, but I don't use them because they're stupid. PC only. Because PCs are superior. The only time consoles have anything superior over PC is when it's artificially better. Like people are literally making things that specifically only work on console. They're called exclusives. And that's stupid. From what I can tell, Soul Calibur and Tekken are also in that sort of category of games where you sort of have to just know how to play the game and not just the character. But they're much simpler in that regard. Soul Calibur less so. Soul Calibur has a lot of things that are character specific. And there are definitely character archetypes in that game. But just like character archetypes in KoF, it's like, oh, you play a character that's good at this? Well, do that more often. Not all the time, but do it more often. As opposed to a Street Fighter archetype where it's like, you should be doing this all the time, and if you're not doing this, you're losing. Like, if you're not zoning with Dalsum, you're losing. If you're not rushing down with Yun, you're losing. If you're not doing command grab mix-ups with Zangief, you're losing. It's not really how KoF works. Like, yeah, you should do all those things, but you're not losing if you're currently not doing that. Streaming for an hour, but no one's responded on the Discord yet. Open lobby. Hopefully people stay for more than 2 matches. Hopefully someone joins. As always, the stream is open Q&A, so if you have any questions about anything, you want to know my political stance on immigration, ask. Although in that case, I really don't have one. I would probably lean more toward let people in if they want in, but they have to be registered. That's my political stance on Sylvie. Oh God. We don't talk about Sylvie. Not until she comes out. Or she gets like a trailer. Oh boy. Thankfully, Sylvie's a long way away. We gotta get through Kim and Najd first, I think. And hopefully a couple of balance patches as well. I don't know, the game's pretty balanced right now. There's like three or four characters that are like pretty obviously slightly stronger than everyone else. just because of damage. And then you have Geese. Geese needs nerfed, probably. He's just insanely strong in certain ways. I don't know much about Sylvie because I didn't play 14. I probably have 100 hours in KoF 14. Let's find out. 14, please. I have 60 hours in KoF 14 actually. But yeah, I don't know much about Sylvie. I also don't care too much about politics. So my stances on politics would be pretty bland. I'd be like, yeah, do whatever. Doesn't matter to me. Don't matter to me. Or like, I don't know, favorite food? Probably spaghetti. If I were to just pick like one very specific thing to eat forever, it would probably be spaghetti. Which is ironically also very bland and tasteless. I usually don't eat raw spaghetti though. I do sometimes if I have nothing to put on it. But I usually have something to put on it. Although that is carbohydrates, mainly. Should probably eat. What region I play on is I am in. Hi, puppy. East Coast, North America. But you can try to play from like Western Europe, or like maybe Mexico and maybe some eastern parts of Canada. Or West Coast USA also probably is fine. Anything like 150 ping or lower is fine. Hi, puppy. Hi, puppy. What are you doing? And this is the PC version. And as far as I know, all of the PC versions have crossplay. So even if you're playing on Steam, Windows, Epic Games, those all work. Eastern Europe, probably gonna be bad, yeah. Like 200 plus ping. But it's still totally open question, Q&A. But I'm like super early into learning 15 while I wait on Sylvie. It's never too early to start playing. Although typically, I'm the type of player who spends probably above average time in training mode before going into a match when learning a new game. But this is the type of game where it's like, you'll sort of know when you're ready to play people. I lab a decent amount. The amount of time you spend labbing is not nearly as important as what you spent time labbing. Especially in this game. Because there's a lot of obvious things in this game that, if you master them, will give you little tiny boosts in skill. And by that I mean you'll win a little bit more often. Or against a little bit more number of players. But there's also a ton of stuff that is very abstract and not straightforward, but if you work toward mastering those concepts, you get huge increases in skill. Like huge, massive, for very little physical effort. And once you sort of understand them and get the experience around them, they stick around and don't go away. Even if you're like playing with one hand, you still have those things because they're abstract concepts. So it's very easy to play this game and be like, I'm gonna spend 100 hours in training mode doing this 5-minute long Ash combo, and then you go into a match and you just die. Even if you land the combo once, it's like not even close, because there's all this other stuff that you didn't even think about, even though you spent 100 hours in training mode. That's the kind of game this is. It's not like Marvel 3, where you can just go into Marvel 3 and then learn one combo, and that's how you win your match, is you just try to land that one combo. There's more to Marvel 3, to the game than that, but not really. Not really. Being able to one-shot your opponent at round start is incredibly important in Marvel 3. It's very clear the types of things that you need to practice in Marvel 3. And then once you've practiced those things, you're better than 95% of players. The extra 5% of players is just picking better characters. So Virgil, Dark Phoenix, you know, and some weird matchup specific stuff, like knowing how to deal with Strider Assist, things like that. But in KoF, 95% of what you learn is completely independent of your character. Like you should be focusing on very general concepts that apply to every single match you play against anybody, any characters, with any characters, against any characters. And there are a few obvious ones, like hit confirms and anti-air. Those are obvious, and they are important. You should know how to anti-air, and you should know how to hit confirm, and you should know how to optimize your combos depending on how far you are from the corner and what you start your combo with, like light versus heavy. And that's pretty character specific. But it's much more important that you understand, like, fundamentally, how do you move? How do you move? What are your movement options? And what does that mean? Like, have you ever thought about what it means to do a jumping attack? And how that differs from a grounded attack? Like, you have significantly increased ability and incentive to do jumping attacks in this game compared to any other fighting game ever. Except games where you can fly, like Marvel 3. Like, these are huge, huge incentives. So, like you still can't block while jumping in this game. So there's no reason to, like, not attack when you jump. And you have insanely good variety of jumping angles and speeds and heights. Because you have forward hop, you have neutral hop, so vertical hop, and backward hop, and you have hyper hop forward and hyper hop backwards, and you have all of those options again with jumping instead of hopping. And during that jump or hop, you have at least 5 different buttons you might press. And you can press them at various times during that jump or hop. That's a lot of possibilities. And, you know, a lot of those, probably over half of those potential possibilities are unviable, and you should never use them, right? Like, there's no reason to... Actually, there's probably very few of those. But there's probably very little reason to do like someone's jump CD at the top of a jump, of like a full jump. Hi, Poppy. Just because you're probably not going to air to air with it at the top of your jump. You know, it's a weird timing. And if you're going to air to air, you should probably not choose your slowest air attack. So there's a few things that you might not choose to do, but there's still a lot of things that you will do, and you should be available to doing, if that makes sense. Like you mentally, in terms of your game plan, should have the potential to do a lot of different jumps and hops and attack timings during your jumps. And even like when you jump is important. And how far away from the opponent you are when you jump is important. And those are all different. Like, jumping and landing in the front of the opponent versus jumping and landing really far away from the opponent in front of them is also not the same. And also jumping and attempting to go over their head is also not the same. Also, the opponent might not be where you think they are going to be when you jump, because it takes time to jump, and during that time they might move. So do you know, like, will you choose to do something different during your jump if you see that they move before you land? Maybe you shouldn't have jumped. Or maybe you possibly could have gotten something good from that jump, but they happened to counter it. A little more engaging aspects of KoF as a franchise. The movement. That's the whole neutral game. Movement is the neutral game of KoF. You're constantly moving, and it's all because you're incentivized to jump more. Simply due to the number of options you have in the air. Also, I've shown many times that, like, grounded footsies is not very strong. Like, it's the opposite of what they did with Street Fighter 6. In Street Fighter 6, you can whiff punish basically anything with anything if you time it right. Just because the hurt boxes of moves are so large. Also, you have things like Drive Impact and Drive Rush to get the distance covered in time. Also, projectiles are very strong. KoF is the opposite. Your hurt boxes on moves is entirely, like, locked in place and very closely tied to the hitbox. So, like, getting a whiff punish without trading is nearly impossible in most cases. Although there are some moves that are intentionally easier to whiff punish. Like Billy's stuff is easier to whiff punish. Hi, Puppy. What are you doing, Puppy? I don't have any opponents to play against anyway. don't think dogs can play fighting games. They don't even have thumbs. Where you going, puppy? You know, with how modern fighting games are going, I wouldn't be surprised if a human lost to a dog at some point. Wow, look at how accessible this fighting game is. Even a dog can play it. Nope. Wait another 10 minutes for a Discord, and then I'll switch games to something else. Hey, puppy. Where you going, puppy? Tails gotta be plus. It doesn't matter if it's plus. She can chain out of it. Even if it's minus, it's still a frame trap. It chains into itself infinitely. True block string. Okay. Hi, puppy. Hi, puppy. Hi, puppy. What game should we play then? No, puppy. No. We can play. I'll take a break for like 2 minutes. The puppy needs me, apparently. Be right back. Turn this up a little more. Turn this down a little more. Bum 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 bum. Ugh. The lobby is open. Oh yeah, daylight savings is still a thing. Yeah. What is social intelligence? Might as well be ready. It's an open lobby, but there you can also search by code. It's 801757. Any of the PC versions is fine.
Select members. Unlike any other in history is about to begin. Select order. Select stage.
Get ready
For a battle of Titans.
for a battle of titans.
Round one. Ready? Go!
Ow. Guard crush.
Ready?
Ah, too far.
This competitor is too strong. Can anyone stop him? Winner!
君の名前の姿を SNS に投稿してやった感謝し。
Ooh, okay.
Player 2 takes an early lead. Reach for the top. Ready? Go! Both point characters are knocked out. Now or never. Ready? Go!
Ow. Yes, this is a mod
Has victory in their sight.
for Cronin.
Reach for the top. Ready? Go!
No!
May the
Didn't really do that.
best win. Final round. Ready? Go! That was a nail biter. Keep an eye on this matchup. Winner!
こんなあっさり終わっちまうのか不完全燃焼にも程があるぞ
I have a lot of mods. I basically have 1 or 2 mods per character. Also some like 3 or 4 general mods for the UI.
Round 1. Ready? Go!
None of them affect gameplay. None of them affect gameplay, and none of them appear on my opponent's screen. It's all localized to my PC. So my opponent's just seeing Kukri. Normally. Ow.
Reach for the top. Ready? Go!
There's no way he reacted there.
Now or never. Ready? Go! Ha! Final round. Ready? Go! That is a nail biter. Keep an eye on this matchup. Winner!
どれだけ体を苛もうが俺は宿命に抗ってみせる。
少しは Round 1 Ready? Go!
Wow.
Ready? Go!
Really?
This battle should bring the hype. Now or never. Ready? Go! This is match point for player one. Round 4. Ready? Go! This is just the start of a new worldwide legend! Winner!
てめえの相手は飽きたぞ。続きは別のやつにやってもらいな。
At least not in dash block. That's not the problem. You can still dash block. You can still dash block.
Round 1. Ready? Go!
Not the dash block. I'm not dash blocking better than you or whatever. I don't even know what you would say there.
Reach for the top. Ready? Go! Lockdown.
None of that would have happened if it was offline. There was like 3 instances where you'd have just died.
Round 3. Ready? Go.
Guess that works.
KO. Player 1 has victory in their sights. Turn to fight. Ready? Go.
What? This game sucks. Interesting.
KO! Neither side is giving an inch. Final round. Ready? Go!
What?
That was
Like,
a nail biter. Keep
is
an
the
eye on
game
this
not
one.
having dash block
Winner!
making you do random mid-screen DPs?
完全連勝に程があるぞ
I don't think so. Like, a very large part of getting better at this game is being able to very accurately pinpoint, this is what's going wrong. This is why I'm getting hit. Or this is why I didn't hit him in this situation.
Go!
And not fluffing it up with stuff that didn't actually happen or doesn't matter. Wrong combo.
And player 1 clinches the first round. Round 2. Ready? Go!
Wow. That's my character's only reversal and only anti-air, and it just doesn't work. Wow.
Both point characters
And now he's
are
ahead of me, actually. Because round 1 doesn't matter.
Burn to fight. Ready? Go!
Overhead.
Only their anchor remains.
I don't know why he has that move, but it exists.
Round 4. Ready? Go!
That was 1 frame. That's not. Ah. Yep. Basic pressure.
What a great fight! Mad respect to the winner!
Like, isn't it insane how strong changing the timing of something is in this game? It's insane how strong that is. Like, if you play Street Fighter, you never do that. You never do that, except for more than like a few frames to make your frame traps work against the throw tech window.
Round
You know?
1. Ready? Go!
Really?
Player 2 won't give up that easy. Burn to fight. Ready? Go!
Okay. Why is your answer everything just a special move? Like, there's more. Do less special moves.
Round 3.
Do more universal stuff, like normals and movement. Wow. Top tiers, huh? How do you cook them very hungry?
Needs a miracle.
You put water into a pot and then you heat up the pot until it boils and then you put spaghetti in it for 15 minutes. Maybe stir it. Where did my super go? and then you eat the spaghetti.
What a great fight! Mad respect to the winner! Winner!
グダグダと無駄に時間を引き延ばしやがって。イラつくんだよ、てめえ。
The Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike is also punishable on block. So that wouldn't have mattered. I still would have won.
Round 1. Ready? Go!
Ah. Thought he had one more hit left for the guard break. Should reacted.
Round 2. Ready? Go! Not looking good for player 2. Stand your ground. Ready? Go!
Okay. Gotta go win, man.
Thrashed their opponent in that match.
KoF, why are you full screen? I'm full screen because I want the round to last as long as possible. Because I expect you to win the round, because, you know, I'm on my first character, you're on your third character. And if the round lasts as long as possible, then your next character, or yeah, then when my next character comes in, you'll have less life.
Round 1. Ready?
That's why I'm playing full screen. I want to be full screen. Also, I'm a kukri, I have a fireball. And you don't. So my character's better full screen than yours. Ooh. Really? Okay. Stop doing specials. Get in with normals. These are normals.
An exciting bout from round one.
You don't need to red kick over fireballs. You can just jump over fireballs.
Burn to fight.
You know?
Ready, go!
You don't need to use Rekka every time you do a poke string. Punish? Oh. Wow. Like, you don't need to use special moves at all points of the game. You don't need to. You have normals.
Will we see a comeback? Round 4. Ready, go! What a great fight! Mad respect to the winner! Winner!
Like, 80 to 100% of your special moves to be used entirely in combos. After you've hit confirmed. For most characters. You know, things like fireballs and DPs. Things like fireballs and DPs, you can, you know, whoops. You can situationally use those outside of combos. You know, for obvious reasons. But why are you using Rekkas? Like, you really think that the chip damage is useful?
It's about to be a party up in here!
Like, it's better than doing nothing, I guess, but what else could you be doing?
Round 1. Ready, go!
Wrong combo. Really? Wow, this game is jank. Character is jank. Oh man.
An exciting bout from round 1.
Just the difference in character tier is really showing off in that round.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Okay. DP, but whatever.
Player 2 needs a miracle.
It doesn't matter what button you press. I DPs. DPs beat all buttons. You have to not press a button to beat DPs.
May the best anchor win. Final round. Ready?
Alright, here we go. Last round. Do a mix-up. Climax? Nope.
Time's up. Player 1.
Too late.
All eyes are on the winner of that fierce fight. Winner!
俺もいつかテリーのようにたどり着いてみせる。
GG's. Did you learn something? Especially that last round? What happened in that last round? I think most people would benefit from watching the replay. Yeah, you should. For when playing someone on PC, you shouldn't watch their stream if they're streaming, because that might add some lag. We have 10 new replays. What'd you learn?
Round 1. Ready? Go!
Just saying what transpired and whatnot. Okay. Do you? Because I mean...
Stand your ground. Ready? Go!
Like, watch this last round again.
Round 3. Ready? Go!
One more.
Stand your ground. Ready? Go!
Watch this round again.
限界まで
And tell me what happens this round.
Ready? Go!
What happens? It's clear as day my pressure sequences are not apt. A lot of unfamiliarity as I've not really played that much KoF. What do you mean by pressure sequences? Did I do pressure sequences? Like,
限界まで
Final round.
I'm only 280 life ahead of you at the start of the round. That's less than 300. My offense structure is bad. Like, I'm throwing out random jabs. Just jabs. Oh, you got hit by a fierce there, but like, I'm winning. I'm winning the game after literally super jumping backwards at round start until I was in the corner, and then just blocking. And yeah, you could say that your offense structure is bad. Yeah. Maneuvering the neutral against things like zoners is not something I'm comfortable with either. Kukri is not a zoner. Kukri is a tricky low damage mobility character who happens to have a fireball that travels really fast. If anything, he's an anti-zoner where he's strong when played against people who try to zone. And notice the way I phrased that, and this is what this is what I think is a very huge problem with the way you play the game currently, is you said my offense structure is bad, and you said maneuvering the neutral against things like zoners, and then you said projectiles in general. And then when I was explaining Kukri, I said he happens to have a projectile that, you know, goes full screen. And it's not about the thing. I think you're too focused on the thing. Like, even earlier, you said, where is it? My pressure sequences are not apt. It's not you, it's your pressure sequences. And I think that's the mindset that is wrong. I don't think that is a very good mindset. You're in the mindset of, I have to do this. I have to do this, and I don't do this. Do this and don't do this. And, you know, if it's a mixed-up situation, I do either this or this, but not anything else. I'm only doing this or this. And that is the wrong mindset. That is the wrong mindset. So, one step above that is to say, I could do anything. I could literally do anything, and it might work. And that's true. That's true in this game. You're allowed to do basically anything you want, and it might work. And, you know, top level players will do that thing sometimes. You know, you did a lot of... I mean, we can just start over, right? And just pick something that you do.
Round 4. Ready? Go!
Backdash, run forward. Crutch jabs, slides, you know, like you're doing things. Okay, you're not doing much this round. Oh, there you go. You jumped in and you hit with a jump attack, and then you went low, and then you went for a combo. You know, like good players do these things, right? You're doing the right thing, kind of, but it's not the same. It's not the same as you would experience in like Street Fighter V, for example. Just as an example, or even like Tekken, where it's a game where it's very clear where you're making either good choices or bad choices, and everything about what you've typed is all about that type of mindset, where it's like you said, let's see, my pressure sequences are bad. A lot of unfamiliarity. My offense structure is bad. My maneuvering of the neutral against zoners is bad. And it's like, that's not correct. That's not the correct mindset. Because the things that you're doing might have worked if I had done something else. And that is more commonly true in KoF than any other fighting game. Well, there are some others, like Virtua Fighter's one, where you can basically do anything, and it might work. So what's important is not really something that you can practice. There are a lot of things in this match that you dropped, which if you had practiced or had been, you know, more conscious of the situation and had more experience to where your brain goes, that's what I need to do, right? Like right now, this is what I do. Yes, though there were things that happened where just raw practice and doing a better thing would have helped. Namely in combos and like punishes are the big ones, or anti-air. But you didn't really... Reaction to anti-air isn't that big of a deal at this point, right? Save reaction to anti-air for later. Right now, focus on this concept, which is you might choose the wrong thing. And that's fine, because it wasn't necessarily the wrong thing in all possible outcomes. And so now the question is, how do you choose what to do? And there are a lot of fighting games where you don't have to choose what to do. And this is not one of those. There's a lot of fighting games where it's like, well, at level 1, it's like, I'm in this situation, so I need to do this every single time. And those exist. Like, punishes exist. Where it's like, oh, I blocked a move that's punishable, I need to punish it. And that's just a fact that you just do every single time. And yes, that exists in KoF. But that also exists very strongly in other fighting games at like level 2, which is, my opponent might do a couple of things here, so I'm going to either do this, or maybe this third thing sometimes. That's level 2. And so you memorize that situation, and you either do A, B, or sometimes C. You know, like it's Street Fighter 4. Akuma trips you, and you're the Akuma actually, and so you land the sweep, and then you do the forward dash, and then the demon flip, and then you go, Hurr! And then you either do one of three things. Not too much thinking involved there. Honestly, most of the thinking happens before the match starts. Most of the thinking is knowing the situation and knowing in advance what you will do between one of three options. Now imagine if there's at least 10 different things that you might do and you should do at a high level at all times. Because that's KoF. And it's usually at least like 20, not just 10. And not only that, but it's not as simple as you either won or you lost. You need to play more to actually apply said concepts in whatever scenarios. That is true. That is true that you need to do that. But the problem with that is I don't think you understand what you don't understand because of this round. Watch this round again. I literally jumped to the corner at round start. Like, is this unfamiliarity with the situation? Because I think it is. So, like, I don't think you're familiar with this yet. Which is what I'm trying to say. And there's two ways to go tackling this problem. Well, first of all, step one is understanding that the problem exists, which is I think you're not really getting that point yet. Is where is the problem? But anyway, step two is there's two different ways to tackle the problem once you understand what the problem is. You can either sort of think about it and, you know, maybe hop into training mode, maybe make the dummy do something, or maybe play against the CPU and be like, okay, this is kind of how the situation happens. Or you can play the game and sort of get a feel for it. And I think you're doing a lot of number two. I think you're trying to learn through experience with absolutely zero, like, retrospective contemplation of what actually happened. So I highly encourage you to watch a lot of replays of yourself against players that beat you. We played 10 games today. The stream's going to be live forever. So that's an option. Watch a lot, like really watch. Don't just look at the replay. Watch the replay very closely and pause frequently and ask yourself questions every single time anything happens. If you got the hit, ask yourself why you got the hit, and ask yourself, could I have gotten more here? Or if I got the hit, ask yourself why I got the hit. Why did you get hit there? And what could you have done to not get hit there? And amass a very large chunk of knowledge that way, and then attempt to purify that mass by generalizing it. I think it's unfamiliarity with the options presented given said scenario. Really? What are the options that I'm choosing? I block, and I jab sometimes. And there I threw a fireball after a fierce. But I'm literally just blocking, and sometimes pressing crouch jab. So is it really unfamiliarity with the options? I mean, every fighting game lets you block, and every fighting game except for Fantasy Strike lets you crouch jab. So what's different about KoF? Like, how do you beat an opponent who just runs into the corner themselves and blocks and sometimes presses crouch jab in Street Fighter? Or in Mortal Kombat? Or in Tekken? Or in any fighting game? And then ask yourself, okay, what about KoF? What are the options that KoF gives me that aren't in other fighting games that can also beat this type of playstyle? And the important thing to note is that you won't just win. You won't just win every time. There is no there is no written in ink, this is what you do, and it beats it. Because that's not enough. KoF is not written in ink, so to speak. It's very, very smudgy graphite. KoF is a very smudgy game, because there's usually, 10 to 20 options that you can choose that will beat this type of playstyle, depending on the situation, but they also might kind of not work if I do something a little bit different. Also, it might depend on the spacing or the timing. Obviously, I'm in the corner here, so spacing doesn't really matter. You're in control of the spacing. But timing is important. Like, when do I cross jab might affect what options beat what at what timings. I'm just gonna X is something I could do at all if you know what I mean. The moment I was aware of what you're doing, this isn't a dilemma of X beats Y, so pick X. For me, it's understanding that X. I'm trying a few things except hop or jump in because I didn't want to attempt to risk it. Ah. You cannot play this game without taking a risk. I mean, my playstyle this round was pretty riskless, right? So let me rephrase that. You will not beat an opponent above a certain intermediate level. You will not beat any opponent above that level unless you take substantial risks. It is impossible. Well, it is very, 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 very unlikely. No, ignore the life lead. Ignore the fact that you were behind 280 life at the start of the round. Ignore that. That does not matter. It's not Smash Bros. You don't get weaker as you take more damage. That's not how it works. You don't get hit further away by attacks the lower HP you are. These concepts apply to every single character, every single round, no matter how much HP there is. The only time that HP matters is if you're like about to get chipped to death. Which is not very often, considering that combos in this game deal like 800 damage for 3 bars. So, yeah. That doesn't really happen very much. And even then you have guard cancels to avoid the chip damage, so it's like, huh. So, no. So that's another misunderstanding, is you don't have to go in. You don't have to go in. Right now. Right? Like, I jump full screen.
Final round. Ready? Go!
The question is not, do I have to go in? Because the answer is no. You don't have to. The question is, will I win if I don't go in? And the answer is no, because I have the life lead by 280. And you're not playing a zoner that can attack from full screen. And that's really where I think you need to get past that. There's like there's something in your head that is preventing you from, like, I don't even know how to describe it, but I would say you very clearly played other fighting games before. Like, there were certain situations where I'm like, oh wow, I'm surprised you did that. Like there were certain aspects of your game plan that were miles ahead of others. Like, 90% of your game plan is like low to mid level, but then there were certain things where I was surprised by what you were able to accomplish. Namely in like anti-airs. And punishes, obviously. You know how to punish. And you know how to do combos, and you know how to punish DPs. But those will only get you so far in KoF. You need everything else too. And everything else is much more abstract. And less concrete, which is the definition of... Which is the opposite of abstract. But anyway. The newer play to KoF. Yep. I could tell. I could tell. You've probably never played Virtua Fighter either. And you've probably never played Third Strike, or if you have played Third Strike, it's very little. And you've probably never played Tekken. You played Virtua 5, or Virtua Fighter 5, but not a bunch, against humans? And by not a much, you mean like more than 10 hours against players? And against good players? Because this game is a lot like Virtua... Like all of the brain-related concepts I talked about are there in Virtua Fighter as well. So you would probably also have the same type of problem if you tried to play against a good Virtua Fighter player as well. I'm not a good Virtua Fighter player, because it's not on PC. Once it comes to PC, I'll probably play it more, but not yet. I mean, it is on PC if you buy the new Yakuza game and then play it on there, but it doesn't have... Yeah, it's not on PC. It's not on PC. But yeah, so... You probably watch a lot of Say-Jam too. Because Say-Jam's all about that type of stuff. So we're taking it more casually and newer like KoF. I don't mean like playing online either. I don't mean playing randoms in Third Strike Fightcade. I mean like playing against good players. Like, can you play against good players and not just lose 100% of games? That I doubt. Like, did you play... I don't even know who played Third Strike recently, but like, I guess Justin Wong, but Justin Wong's probably the best Third Strike player in the world, so that's not very fair. But like really, really good Third Strike players. Because... Third Strike, I will say, has less of that than KoF and Virtua Fighter. However, Third Strike, you can sort of just parry everything. You know? If you know what they're doing. So it's not it's not a very ambiguous level of depth, because the answer is always parry. You know? Or an answer is always parry. Probably lose most games against people that play Third Strike consistently. I won a bit and lost most games against very strong friends that are very good at Tekken 7. Tekken 7 as well, less so. Tekken 8 hopefully will be more in line with that, because that's what I like in fighting games. I like in fighting games when you can't just autopilot and beat bad players. In KoF 15 you can sort of autopilot and beat really bad players, and that's like that's honestly maybe 75% of people online. You can just do nothing and they'll kill themselves eventually. But once you get past that level, like once you join a Discord and start looking for Discord matches, then you'll stop playing those people. Because anyone in a KoF Discord is probably not that lowly invested in the game. And then you have other fighting games which are like, oh, you're, you know, 2 ranks below me? Easy. I know more frame data than you, so I win. That type of thing. And also just the value of thinking is diminished the further below you they are in skill. In this game, that's not true. Although usually, against most players, you can very quickly identify how you might be able to autopilot eventually, if that makes sense. Like, you'll have to pay attention for, you know, the first round or two, and then be like, oh, okay, he's one of these players who doesn't know how to do this, so I can just play this way and win. And then you're in autopilot mode. But it's not fully autopilot until you've, you know, paid attention for a while. But I mean, if we're talking literally, if the opponent is just sitting in the corner blocking, what are literally the ways that you would beat that? Like, literally, what are the exact things that you can do to beat that? I think you'll be able to answer this one pretty quickly and easily, because it's talking about the actual literal things in the game that exist. And is not very abstract. So if I'm just in the corner blocking, how do you deal damage to me?
Registration. Select member. Welcome to the new era of martial arts competition. Select stage. It's about to be a party up in here!
Chip damage. Okay, so chip damage is any sort of damage that happens despite blocking. Throws, you can generalize to say anything that is not blockable, which in this game is almost entirely throws. There are a few unblockables, like Angels has an unblockable. Shoot. And then someone else said mix-ups, which mix-ups are anything that can contribute to the opponent blocking incorrectly or not blocking when they wanted to block, right? So you have dealing damage despite them blocking, which is chip damage, or you have things that cannot be blocked, which is throws. And you have things that trick the opponent into not blocking correctly, which is lows, overheads, strike throw, left, right, cross up. Right? Okay, I'm playing Kukri. I'm playing Kukri. I'm playing Kukri, and I have you in the corner, and you block a jump CD, so I'm like plus 1 billion. How do I deal damage to you? Okay, well, we have chip damage. All of my special moves are punishable. Well, there's one that's even on block, but it pushes me out, and it's not very good. And I have Fireball, which I can space to be, you know, even to plus. But am I really just gonna do chip damage all day? No, you can't. You can't form an entire game plan around chip damage in this game. In general, like, there is no character that really, you look at that character and like, wow, that character does so much chip damage. There's no Amanes. There's no Morgans. So you have throws. Okay, I have universal throw, and that's it. I don't have any command throws. I don't have any super throws. So I could throw them and do 10% of their life bar and get a knockdown. Okay, what if I'm like an anchor character and I need to spend all this meter to one-shot my opponent? Or what if they're on their anchor and they have 5 bars? Like, what are the chances that I'm going to land 10 throws before they land 1 hit of anything? It's not going to happen. So throws are good. As I was saying earlier, you need to throw sometimes, because throws are good. Like, I threw you. I threw you several times, but I did other things as well. Right? I threw you when I think a throw would work, basically. Okay, so there's throws, mix-ups. This is why I cornered myself against you, was to eliminate left-right mix-ups entirely. But you still have, you know, low-high mix-ups. What if you're Kukri? Okay. What's Kukri's overhead? He does have one. This guy. Oh, cool. It's exactly the same as my throw. It does 80 damage and causes a hard knockdown. And I can't, like, spend meter to get a combo off of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, those 3 things that were listed, you listed 2 of them, and then someone else did a 3rd. Those 3 things that you listed, they're not enough. What's number 4? What's number 4? How else? You have chip damage, you have things that are not blockable, and you have mix-ups. What's number 4? What is the 4th universal way to deal damage to an opponent who is blocking in the corner? Because there is a 4th, and every character can use it, and every character should use it, or at least threaten the fact that it might happen. And this is true for every single KoF game. In every single KoF game, every single character needs to be threatening with this particular option that beats blocking. Otherwise, they suck. Otherwise, the player sucks. It is not actually playing the game. I did it to you a few times over the course of 10 games. Like, it actually occurred a few times. But then there were several times throughout every single match where I threatened it. And it almost happened. And like, you couldn't block anymore because of what? What happened? What makes you not block in this game? Besides chip damage, unblockables, and mix-ups. Guard Crush, exactly. What does the Guard Crush mean? What does Guard Crush mean? Now that's an opening question. Well, yeah. I mean, before the Guard Crush happens, as the one that might be Guard Crushed, what can you do to not get Guard Crushed? And that's a very hard question to answer. Especially with, like a direct answer. It's like, you could do anything. Namely, you could move or attack, basically. And there's a lot of different ways to move, and there's a lot of different ways to attack. Right? I mean, the correct answer is to stop blocking, right? And you could avoid blocking by moving your character out of where the opponent is going to attack, so that you don't have to block anymore. Or you could attack them before they attack you, and that also lets you recover your guard gauge. There's a lot of depth there. And that depth applies to every character. Every single character. That being said, different characters have different guard strength in this game. So like King of Dinosaurs can block more without getting guard crushed than Kukri. But that's very small. The fact remains that you can still keep attacking over and over again, and the opponent has to do something besides block. Eventually, they have to, because if they don't, they get guard broken. So now, you're the one with me in the corner. You're the one doing offense with me in the corner. Okay. How do you enforce a guard break? Well, there's two ways out of the guard break. You can move it, make you smooth faster. So there's two ways. You can move out of it, or you can hit the opponent before they hit you. So as the one going for the guard break, you can try to change your attack pattern to hit their movement, which is not terribly difficult to understand. Or you could try to beat their attacking. Okay, so if they attack, there's a few ways to go about that. You can roll through certain things, but that's not a very good idea in general. You could jump over a lot of things. So that's step one, is jumping in like this. That's one thing that you could do. Step two is to hit them before they hit you for trying to hit. Yeah. So something like this. You know, frame traps and slightly delayed frame traps are also good ideas, and you should be doing them. So you should be jumping in a lot, and you should be doing frame traps and like delayed frame traps a lot. You can also run in like this, right? So you can always just stop whatever you're doing and then throw in a little extra like micro run to get some extra distance, because you can't just do this, because they you know, they're eventually pushed away. So at some point, maybe after one, or after maybe two, or three, some characters get 4. I think like 1 or 2 characters get 5. On block it's harder though, because you get pushed further back on block. And you know, some characters might have a move That's plus on block. That gets them back in like this. You know. So those are all things that you should be doing. And so as the one in the corner, okay, my opponent's doing one of these things. How do I beat each of those? Well, don't forget that you can block. Uh-oh. Now things are getting complicated. You can block. You can block all of those things. You can block this. You can block this. You can block this. You can block this. The only things that you can't block are chip damage, throws, and if they have like an overhead. Which is very rare for a character to have a really good overhead that you can like combo off of without meter. And that is not reactable. But you don't need those because of the guard gauge. Because of the guard gauge, they can't block forever. They can block. They can block, you know, 3-4 times. Like let's see the guard gauge here. You're in the corner, and I do like 1, 2, 3, 4. You're allowed to block 4 times, but if you block a 5th time, it's over. You know? So, okay. I can block a couple of times, but I can't block forever. And, you know, the amount of guard damage you deal will depend on their character as well as what you choose to do with each new loop of pressure. But the point still stands that the opponent can't block forever if you keep attacking them. You don't have to keep attacking them. Like you could do things like this. Like I did a lot of this, you know. I did a lot of that. That is an option. If I'm like, I don't want to press too hard right now. But whenever I had you down, like more than half of your guard gauge, like somewhere around here, somewhere around there, I'll be like, maybe I should go in one more time, do a little loop here, and then go for the guard break. You know. But if I just got like a knockdown, like the opponent heals their guard gauge back during combos. So if I landed a throw or a hit or whatever, I might do something like this and then like back away. That's totally valid, especially for Kukri, who has a very tricky and hard to navigate neutral game with his fireball. He's very good at like maintaining neutral for a long time. Because his super jump is really far and he has a fireball and he has some gimmicky air motions. And yeah, and he can teleport. It is important to note that any character, can do that though. So like even if you're Jenny, it is possible to just do this. She's worse at it than Kukri, but she can still do it. She's worse at it than Kukri, but she can still do it. And she's less rewarded for it. So there's still times where you could do it and it might work out. And you might want to do it depending on what you think the opponent might do. Like, for example, if you think your opponent is really, really bad at neutral, you know, then maybe you just, you know, get a life bleed and then do this. Or if the opponent's really, really good at neutral, maybe you know, do this, you know. Maybe their defense is a lot worse than their neutral, so you do this. Right? So that's sort of intermediate level. Is my opponent is kind of good at this, kind of bad at this. So I'm going to primarily do these things. You know, it's kind of like rock paper scissors, but it's sort of weighted into where you're allowed to throw like 80% rock and 10% paper and 10% scissors, and that's a strategy that beats players who tend to throw a lot of scissors, but they don't always throw scissors. You know, like if you only do this, at some point, any opponent is going to be like, oh, okay, he's just doing this over and over again, and I can beat it, you know? So that's not a very good idea. Throwing 100% rock is not a very good idea. But doing different things that all sort of point to the same goal is very good. And this is one of the few games that lets you actually do that, because there's always several different ways to beat something. Which is why the game is so abstract. Like, if you're in Street Fighter V and you want to beat Zangief's command grab, you're like, oh, Zangief got a good knockdown, let me jump his command grab, right? Or backdash. There's two options that beat it. I mean, you could DP as well, but DP beats everything. Okay, what if he frame traps? You know, what if Ryu does close medium punch, and I'm like, oh god, he's gonna either frame trap or tick throw me. Let's just guess frame trap. How do you beat frame trap? You block it, or you DP it, and that's it. You have to pick one of those two things. Otherwise, you get hit. Okay, well, what if he goes for the throw? You can tech the throw, and you can backdash the throw. Both of those sort of just escape the throw. They don't really beat the throw. You can also jump the throw, which probably usually doesn't also work in Street Fighter V. It's a little bit better than Street Fighter 4, but it's still pretty bad in Street Fighter V. So if the opponent tick throws, it's like you're just trying to escape. And you have a few options. Or you can DP, because DP beats everything. Which, by the way, in KoF, DP does not beat everything. But we'll get there. In KoF, if you think the opponent's going to throw you, oh boy. If you have that specific of a read, like say she does this. And like, and I'm like, oh boy, I know what my opponent's gonna do. He's gonna land this jump CD on block, and then do one jab, and then throw me. That's a very specific read. But if I know that he's gonna do that, there's several things that I can do to beat that, because there is extended throw invincibility after block stun. For like 10 frames, like huge. A huge amount of time where I can just do whatever the heck I want and I cannot be thrown. So if I have this specific read that my opponent wants to throw me, I have 10 frames to do anything. Anything. I could jump. I could jump forward. I could hop. I could roll. Roll will probably lose, because rolls lose to throws very easily. I could press a button. I could jab. I could go low. I could do a heavy. I'm kukri. I could do crouch heavy punch. What am I going to do after that crouch heavy punch? Am I going to cancel it? What am I going to cancel it into? A fireball? A teleport? What's going to happen? Or let's say I do a light. A light punch. How many light punches will I do? 1 or 2? And once I'm done there, what will I cancel it into? Command normal? Special move? Or nothing? What if it hits? Can I get a hit confirm? What if I don't want a hit confirm and I just... What if I'm so confident that I just do this? What? Oh. Ah, went away. Because I'm so confident. I'm like, they're gonna do this. And I'm gonna punish it. You know? What if I just do crouch fierce into a combo? That's totally viable. And I did that. I did it a lot. I did that. And it worked sometimes. Sometimes it didn't work. Usually what happened was you jumped. And I got something like this. And then you like punished me. That's usually what happened. You know? Kukuri's not the best at that. Some characters are a lot better at doing things like that. Namely characters that don't whiff cancel. This move will whiff cancel, so it's pretty bad. But anyway. All of these things might work. Against one thing. All of those things might work. I might jump, lost to the fierce, or the heavy. Jenny's is very good at this. Okay. What if I do a button? Uh-oh. What if I do a button here? Oops. That works. Can't really get it punished though. Nope. Nope. Too slow. You know? What? There's so many things that might work against this one thing. That's a specific read. Now try to generalize it. I think my opponent's gonna go for a mix-up. Oh boy. Imagine saying my opponent is going to go for a mix-up in Street Fighter V. It's like, okay, good luck. My opponent will either frame trap or tick throw. Better guess right. Not in this game. Not in this game. Let's record slot 2. And now, play random. Oh, I won! Not a very good mix-up, is it? Well, it is. You should do mix-ups like that. But I can literally beat both of those options with one option. Which means that it's not a complete mix-up. We need more. We need more options. Now we're in a pickle. I can avoid the throw, and I can avoid the frame trap. But I can't avoid this one. Oops. But I can't avoid that one with the same thing. Because you have to stand up to tech throws, and she's going low, and so you can't, you can't stand and block low at the same time. Okay. So what do I do then? And this is where the game becomes really hard to comprehend. And is that I could block. And nothing else. Then what happens? What happens in this situation where the opponent does one of these three options and I only block? I get thrown. I get thrown. That's one. Or I block. That's two. Or I block. That's three. Okay. Let's weigh the risk reward here. If I just block, the worst thing that can happen to me immediately is that I get thrown. Or that he does this 80 damage overhead. Now obviously that doesn't translate down the line when Guard Crush becomes a problem. But assuming I make the prediction that my opponent wants to finish me off right now without waiting for a guard break. If I have that read on my opponent, which is a totally viable read that you will have against players often. If you have that read, you can just block. And the worst they'll do to you is throw you. Watch out for grapplers, obviously. Grapplers are scarier here. You'll want to be a little bit more active. You'll want to do more jabs, against grapplers to make sure they don't grab you. Or at least to make sure they don't grab you for free. But against, the 70% of the cast with no ability to super after their grab, then just block. Now, again, you can't only block because the opponent will see that and throw you 10 times, and 10 throws kills a character. Right? So you can't literally only block. But if you block like 80-90% of the time, then you're very likely to win. And that's what I did against you. That's what I did. That's what I did. That's what I did against you, Soul Silver. That's exactly what I did against you. Is I cornered myself to limit your mix-up ability to only throws or guard break. And I said, I'm not afraid of my opponent's offense because he does not go for guard breaks. That is exactly what I did against you. That is exactly what I did.
Round one. Ready? Go! Round two. Ready? Go! Stand your ground. Ready? Go! Burn to fight. Ready? Go!
Here we go. Watch it again.
Final round.
I'm the rock player.
Go!
He's the Cronin. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm throwing out some buttons, but there's no risk involved in them, so they're sort of like fainting. Like I'm fainting doing something by actually doing nothing. Like if one of these jabs hits you, it's like whatever, who cares? You know, that's 2% of your life gone. Cool. It doesn't actually matter. And that's KoF. Anything above that's KoF. You sort of start at the bottom of intermediate level and then work your way up, and then as you get better and better, the more of this you do. So at the start of like beginner level up until intermediate level, you're just trying to get better, and you don't really care about your opponent too much. You're just trying to get better at the game. That'll take maximum a year, depending on the player and how many matches you play. You know, that'll take 100 matches, let's say. It's probably somewhere around there. 100 matches against 100 different opponents. You'll get a very clear grasp of what beats what, how the mechanics work, and you'll sort of get a sense for when to do what and when not to do what. And then once you are able to not die to something that you know the opponent will do. So if you know that the opponent is going to do something and you can call that out and beat it every time because you know what they're going to do, then you are intermediate. And you know like all the possible ways that might happen. Generally speaking, not character specific. And once you're utilizing all of those tools to some level, you are no longer a beginner. And usually that means once you're able to beat throws, you're no longer a beginner. And then once you're intermediate, then you have the tools. Now let's do this tool a little bit less often against these opponents. And then I'll do this tool a little bit more often against those opponents because it'll probably work more often. And then you do that more precisely and to greater degree, the better you get at the game, starting from that point of intermediate level play. High level play is moving backwards and saying, what if I don't do anything? What if I slow the game down and then do this option, but like 5 or 6 frames later than he expects me to do it? And that's really complicated. Gotta play right now, so I'll catch you later. It was a fun sesh. No problem. I need to end the stream, actually. I talked for a long time. 3 hours of a stream today. It's about average. I guess I don't have to end. I can play one more set, like first to 10 set against someone. But I usually don't stream for 3 hours. Will the stream be archived on YouTube? I have a channel. So yes. But let me link you the channel. There you go. And that is... So I locally record all of my everything. So... So the video later today, maybe early tomorrow, will be up on that channel at higher quality than what you're seeing right now. Because I'm recording at a significantly higher quality than I can stream because of YouTube. there's an upload limit. So what I do is I just record and then I upload the better version of the video. Also, if there's like audio issues, I can tweak the audio before uploading it. So yeah, every stream ever is on there, I think, unless I forget. Actually, is yesterday's up there? It should be up there, right? Yeah, it is. So yeah, all of my streams are on there from when I started streaming on YouTube and I made the channel. Excuse me. I also tend to make like clips and post them on the main channel, which I might do for the stream. We'll see. We'll see. I'll try online one more time. And if I don't find anybody soon, I'll just end the stream. Oh boy. No ones. Let's pick one. The game said no. Alright, I got one. It's probably why I like KoF. It's because, like, if you read the stuff on my website, you can generalize fighting game skill into 3 categories. Them being knowledge, execution, and adaptation. And I really like adaptation. I think it's the most interesting of those 3. It is what makes the game PvP. And KoF is adaptation. After a certain point. After that, after you're no longer a beginner, the better you adapt, the better you are.
Select stage. It's about to be a party up in here.
All right. Last set. Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-bum, bum. Ba-da-bum. Ba-ba-bum. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-ba-boo.
Round 1. Ready? Go!
Oh boy. Ooh. Really? Not in throw range somehow.
Player 2 takes an early lead.
It is very laggy, unfortunately.
Now or never. Ready? Go!
Really.
And we're tied up.
You got 2 bars on me.
Round 3. Ready?
Just under.
Go!
On DC. Why did he have to pick me from that? What? You counter hit my roll. That's not how the game works.
Only their anchor remains.
That's not how the game works.
Round 4. Ready? Go!
Really? What is happening, man? What? Oh, God. Okay. Not in throw range, by the way. Literally just did a full jump cross up from full screen. It worked. It crossed up. Not in throw range. Like, what?
言いたいことがあるならいいな。ごたくでも恨み事でも何でも受け止めてやるよ。
And he has a low ping. Or I guess we have a low ping. So it's the game that's lagging.
Ready?
Not.
Go!
Ugh. Oh my God.
Takes an early lead. Round 2. Ready? Go! KO! Both point characters are knocked out. Reach for the top. Ready? Go! They go.
Oh yeah. Of course he gets his punish for free. There's no lag. Yeah. It doesn't lag when you're doing combos, does it, huh? Is that how this works?
Miracle. Now or never. Ready? Go!
Alright, do a mix up. Go for it.
What a great fight! Mad respect to the winner! Winner!
He didn't do the mix up.
殴り合うこういう勝負俺は嫌いじゃねえぜ
You know what that means.
Round one. Ready? Go! Lightning hit! Lightning hit! Ha! Lightning hit! Ha! Ta! Hiya! Hiya! Ha! Q! Ta! Ha! Q! Hiya! Ha! Ha!
Really? He backdash, man! Do a real mix up. You don't know how. You don't know how to do a real mix up.
Now or never. Ready? Go!
I didn't do like forward two. There it is. How did he guard rate me that fast after a combo? That was insane. I guess he dropped a combo, so it wasn't that bad. Alright, do a mix up. No way it did that, man. Also, no way you're still going for frame traps because I literally am just sitting in the corner blocking you the whole time. Yeah, I'm just getting bored. I'm just getting bored now. Slightly annoyed at the lag, but also just bored.
Stand your ground. Ready? Go!
I DP'd, but he missed his jump attack, so he won. He made a mistake, therefore he won the situation. Mix up. Yeah, I got bored again. Forward again. Yeah.
What a great fight! Mad respect to the winner!
Doing everything he can to not do a real mix-up.
こんだけ揃えば負けはねえだろ
That's why I prefer 13.
Round 1. Ready? Go!
What? Oh my god, just hit him. I know my character's low tier, but just hit him. I know my character sucks, but please just... Oh my god. Yeah, why do a mix-up when you can just sit at full screen and throw a fireball and it might work and kill me, right?
Stand your ground. Ready? Go!
Do a mix-up. It's not real. Ah! I hit jab, what? Obvious. So boring, man. Do a freaking mix-up. Do something. Do something.
Ready?
Stop waiting for me to do something. Do a command grab, right? That wasn't real. That's why I corner myself. It's literally why I corner myself, is so that you don't get random ambiguous cross-ups.
This is the person to ask. Winner!
And somehow they still seem to happen. Alright. Alright.
One. Ready? Go!
It's very annoying. What does that move not do for you? Round 1 doesn't matter though.
Round 2. Ready? Go!
Frame too early. My bad. Give me that round 2, man. Give me it. Give me it. I take those.
Stand your ground. Ready? Go!
I'll keep backdashing. I'll keep backdashing. You can't make me stop. You can punish me for not stopping, but you can't make me stop. Not Street Fighter. God. You really want to win based on my mistakes? Or do you want to earn your win? Good job. Really? So stupid. Why is that how the game works, man? No way, I didn't time that right. You could have killed off that. I guess you didn't want to. Shit damage. I had 5 bars. Why does round 1 through 4 does not matter? The only round that matters is round 5. And I didn't spend all my meters, so I lost round 5, which means I lost. KoF 13 is so much better than 15, actually. Like, there's so much downtime in 15 where you just do nothing. Like, I can just do this, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. All that matters is how much meter we have. Which, guess what? We have the same meter. Low tiers. That was a punish? Really? I threw the fireball before he jumped and he punished it. With a full jump. What is this? It's a bad character is what it is. Press buttons, right? That's wrong. We got 2 bars on me again. All that matters. happened? How did he hit me? There's no way I buffered my jab for like 30 frames. That's not how the game works. It just didn't block for some reason.
Stand your ground. Ready?
That's not what I wanted. That crosses up? What is this game, man? It's like they want certain characters to be top tier and certain characters to be low tier. Round 5 is all that matters.
Keep an eye on this match.
I can lose 2 rounds in a row at the beginning, doesn't matter. 2 rounds is probably pretty bad, usually, actually. But in 90% of games, round 1 doesn't matter. In 80% of games, round 2 and 3 don't matter. It's just round 5.
Round 1. Ready? Go!
No way you're plus there, man. No. Didn't say punish, but didn't block. Why did you spend meter? You're not even thinking.
Exciting bout from round 1. Round 2. Ready? Go!
What? I couldn't jump. How was I not? That's wrong. Pretty dead.
Player 2 wins 2 rounds.
Oh man, and we're even on meter, which means I probably lose because I'm a whole half character behind. I'm a character and a half behind. That was a cross up. Oh.
Will we see a comeback?
Dear Lord, I should just play top tiers, man. I should play Benimaru, Iori, and Geese. These problems wouldn't happen. Punish. Got over 30.
Is pulling their weight.
Got over 30 seconds left, so I get a chunk of health.
Final round. Ready? Go!
Guessed wrong twice.
All eyes are on the winner of that fierce fight. Winner!
勝利の女神に嫌われちまってるみたいだな。
3 times, because that jump in range was a guess. If I didn't do a jumping move, that wouldn't have hit me. The DP. Actually, I don't know. Rocks is stupidly good. It might actually reach that far. You'll never know.
Round 1. Ready? Go!
No way, man. You time it perfectly every time. Yep. I'm gonna keep holding up forward. Didn't happen.
Player 2 takes an early lead.
Why would you take a risk, right?
Ready? Go!
What? Nice lag, bro. Oh, wow.
Not looking good for player 1.
What a coincidence, man.
Round 3. Ready? Go! Showing their resilience here. Now or never. Ready? Go!
Actually, that was pretty obvious in retrospect. Oh, there's no reason to super cancel that. No waste of a bar.
Back to match point. Get final round. Ready? Go!
Connection is comically bad. That was the wrong combo. He's gonna kill me. Oh, he might still kill. No. Guaranteed safe jump, I guess.
All eyes are on the winner of that fierce fight. Winner!
俺をマジにさせたいならもっと腕を上げな。今のあんたじゃ話にならないぜ。
I feel like as a player, he would suck at rock.
Round 1.
He doesn't seem like a rock player. Whoa. I'm not gonna do that. Thanks, game. Wow, that was still a punish.
And player one clinches the first round. Ready? Go!
Top tiers, man. That shouldn't have to beat that. Why is it so hard to not guard cancel roll in this game, man?
Now or never. Ready? Go!
Cool. Now do that with literally any other character in the game and see how that works. Really? Whoa.
Player two has victory in their sights.
Win every scramble. Make a mistake, still win. If I make a mistake, I just die instantly. Oh god, man. Why do you have to do this? Whoa. I rolled, it didn't come out.
Goddess of victory smiles upon the winner. Winner!
Nothing matters when the game just freaks out once in a while, just out of nowhere. Nothing matters. Like, this is not indicative of either player's skill. Because it's online.
Round one. Ready? Go!
It's too laggy, I can't react to that. You can react to those apparently. Just pick the magic button. Doesn't matter what I do, I can't avoid it. Because you're top tier. And I'm not a top tier. Just press the button. I have to block it. Yeah, nice throw, bro. Nice throw. Good to know you had the lead on me. He knew I would be in throw range, so he threw me.
Round three. Ready? Go!
Beat it. Beat it. You still have yet to beat this. still didn't ever beat that. He doesn't know
They
how.
absolutely thrashed their opponent in that match. Winner.
あんたは十分強いぜ。俺には一歩及ばないってだけさ。
It's all about timing. You gotta air to air me with timing.
Round 1. Ready? Go.
Online, man. Online only, man.
甘いな。甘すぎる。
Online only, man. Ugh. Online only. No. You don't even know basic mechanics of the game? Hello? It doesn't work. You can't tick throw. It doesn't work. This is KoF.
Ready?
You're getting damage from just random scramble shenanigans.
Reach for the top.
When are you gonna earn your damage? How do you earn it? How do you earn it? DP? Make me drop my combos? Wow, you're such a good player, I drop my combos against you. That's how you're gonna... Of course, that's how you get all your damage. Rely on your opponent making mistakes. Just wait for the opponent to kill themselves. Easy. 3 wins, right?
Player 1 needs a miracle.
That's all I get all my damage.
Round 4.
Just intimidation. They even do random DPs. Wow. They're so intimidating. I just did a random DP and it didn't work. Wow, they're so intimidating. I mistimed my meaty. Wow, you're so intimidating, man. You're too strong.
This is just the start of a new worldwide legend. Winner.
You do the same thing over and over again, and I get hit by it by the 10th time. I need to go to offline events, man. Well, thanks for watching. I'm ending the stream now. Bye.